Well, hello there. You make sure everything's good, yeah. Oh, discombobulated for some reason. There we go. All right, so you're good. That needs adjusting. That's why. Okay. That's good. I think we're ready to rock. So, let me get this out of the way really quick. Get this all up so I can see what I'm doing. And make sure that goes there. All right. We got a lot of stuff to do today. First and foremost, let's just go ahead and make sure our filters are all topped up, and I should go the correct way if I want to do that. We'll just stay on top of that. Make sure things are rolling as they should be. We haven't done a ton of refining out here or production out here, but we did a little bit yesterday. I want to make sure everything is full, and it seems to be good. So, that's what I forgot to do. Anyway, sec here. So we gotta go pull down the desert base. We gotta ship everything back. Before I do that, though, I finished Sandcrawler, and we learned something. Too high is really, really not enough for a Sandcrawler. Does it even actually fit, hold up. Does this thing actually fit? Oh, we're out of fuel. Right. I never put any in. I just built the rest of it. For the not the complex machinery, but the advanced machinery, didn't take any spice. Just took plastanium plates and then the complex machinery, which we had. So I just built it. When I pulled back everything after I queued up more processing. Fuel. Fuel. I don't know how many it's gonna take. I don't know how big its tanks are. Let's just find out, hey? Medium is 53, so it's 2 medium tanks roughly to fill. Good to know. Alright, now. She turns like a tank. Makes sense. She's very quiet, like audibly. Okay, so it kind of squeezes through the door. But it's just barely enough. Oh, okay. It turns very slowly. That's good to know for when we start operating this device. It doesn't love a ramp incline, but it does fit in. Okay. But it also, which is nice for the sake of moving around in the garage, turns like a tank on a dime. So that's cool. So we'll have to factor that into our plans for building. And that little drive took a little chunk of fuel. Wow, she's very inefficient. Fuel-wise. Surprisingly so. Okay. Like, game design-wise, I understand that fuel is a resource sink, right? That's its purpose, is to be consumed and make you keep farming it. I feel like the vehicle tanks should be bigger. Like, fuel is so easy to acquire, so easy to make, that it's not adding anything to the game to make the tank so small to where driving out and back in moves the dial, right? That's silly. Very, very silly. Especially when I've got all of the perks for being fuel efficient. That's 25% less. Deeply, deeply silly. Anyway. So. Like, you can make it the same amount, that's fine. Make all the resource costs the same, that's fine. Just give me more fuel capacity, right? It's alright. Anyway. We need to bring back the buggy, we need to bring back the base. So we're going to take the cargo container out there. Is there anything else I need to do here? I slept like crap and I have squirrel brain today. I think we're good. I think we're ready to do this. Let's go. Got everything I should need, I think. Let's go grab. Interaction point's a little rough there. Let's go grab the container, and we'll take it out into the desert. And I can't glide with this on either, right? Yeah. Oh, that is still way faster to do boost. Okay, interesting. Very, very interesting. At least until I run out of heat. And I don't think that the carrier is going to fit inside the base shield, but we'll see if we can sneak it in there. If a sandstorm happens out there, we're just going to have to get out in a hurry. And then after we get this thing all pulled down, we're going to build... Oh, I gotta... Okay, that makes sense, I guess, based on what we know about how things work. We gotta build a new template base. And I don't think I want to save this one into any further replicator tools. Like, yeah, we've made changes, but... they haven't been huge, and I think things gotta change a little bit. The hangar needs to be bigger for sure. For this big old chonker. We're gonna build it out of the plastone set, so it's gonna look a little different anyway. We gotta get the container inside the base. To be able to put things into it. It might fit in here. Maybe. So if we put the tail over top of it, we'll gain a little bit of space, more or less, I think. The tail's right high. Just scooch in. Oh, wow, just barely. Okay. But I can't. That container's buggy on buggy physics happening there. I don't want that to be a thing. But if I get it down here, close enough and centered enough. Yeah, this has definitely got to get improved in our next build. If I do this, will it settle a little bit better? Not really. It's just a tad too far. I'm not sure it's going to get any better than that for this trip, though. Speaking of sandstorms, are you coming this way? You are, but... Hang on, let me double check. So our wings are poking out. I don't know if that's going to count for cover for them. I don't want to get chowdered up. This way. This way. I think we're okay. But I don't see it yet. Okay, there it is on visuals. Where is it on the map? Oh, that's weird. Why is it not? Further out than I think? Is it in the fog of war? There it is. Okay, so it's further north than I thought. Okay, yeah, it's gonna miss us. I think we're okay. Alright. I can go a little bit further forward. Just a skosh. There. I'm still kind of poking out. But at least things are actually on the ground and not squished. Alright, that'll be good enough for today, I think. So let's go ahead and start shoving everything in there. That's in the containers. I've got fuel on me, right? Yeah. We got fuel in here somewhere too, I think. Anywho. Everything should be out of this, because there wasn't anything else processing. Got lots of fuel. Okay, cool. We got a little bit of extra stridium fiber. We have an extra body. We have some more ingots that are done processing. Ooh, we have 50 of those that can still be run. We'll let that go, because it won't take super long, and we have other chores to do here. In the meantime, that's all done. That is not my base tool, it's my vehicle tool. Okay, tell you what. Start pulling down machinery, we'll start pulling down power stuff in a second here. I went too far. I want to pull out the fuel out of these guys, so it's not trying to refill water beyond the whatever's in the hopper, so to speak. Get this all pulled out. Okay. 2, 3, 4 of them. And then we can start borrow this. Start with these guys. We'll put everything in here for now. So that everything can be put in here. Like so. And then we put it in here. Okay, perfect. Let's keep this trend going. We'll go downstairs and we'll start with the machinery that isn't running right. Meow. We can take you up. That can go in there. We can also do the containers that we're not using. Like so. Oop, that one had a thing in it. That had fuel in it. Whoopsie daisy. Take all that. Do. Okay. That's good. Chems is empty. Except for the darts. That's fine. They can come with me. Actually, we'll put the light darts in there. Okay. So I got on the stadium. There we go. All of this in there. Light darts go in there. Cool. Co-op paste on me. That in there. Oh yeah, we gotta drag the buggy back too. That's empty. You're empty. Piece of cake. That can run like it is for now. I should be able to pull down a lot of these 2,000 kilowatts. So I should be able to pull down a lot of these power units right away too. We'll get a buy on like one of them, maybe? We'll see. This can go straight into there. This can go straight into here. And it didn't give me a power out warning, so we're gonna take that as a win. That. Only 135 lubricant left. Okay. So perhaps we're done. Oops. Perhaps we're done with the small power units on this next base. Oh, that reminds me. I was gonna check. We didn't get our voice training back when we respec'd. That's okay. Because we got this, which is way more important for us right now. I mean, arguably, we might be able to find some more efficiency in here somewhere, but... Three, this is two, so we'll probably climb up that ladder first, just because it'll be more helpful. Anyway, I digress. Let's go ahead and pull your fuel out. Is there anything else in my pocket? Nope. Let's pull down this fuel. And you. And then you. And then you. Okay. How much extra space we got? I won't do that just yet. Space by space I mean power. How much extra power do I have? 105 kilowatts. Okay, so yeah. That one needs to stay up until this guy is finished. We can run the buggy back in the meantime really quick. That'll be alright. Pull you out, and then... Oh, we gotta take down the water too. That's okay. We'll, it's not using power, but, you know. It is just big space. We could take that down. We shouldn't need that. We have one container that's not a cargo container. There's no aluminum in here, apparently. Let's fix that. There is now. We'll run the buggy back really quick, and then we'll come back for the, titanium and things. She's such a tight squeeze to get in there. We're definitely gonna have to do something, oops, different about that for next week. Alright. We may or may not disassemble this buggy for next week. We'll see. Like, we throw away some fuel, but like, yeah, fuel's easy. Easy. Very, very cheap. this in the garage. Yeah, definitely gonna need for this chore. We're going to need a like a loading dock, basically a delivery zone for when we do this, right? That would make life way easier right now, because right now we're gonna have to drop it down on the ground, go park, and then go pull it in to the base, or stuff it in a vertical hangar, which I don't particularly want to do. Whereas if we were to have some kind of a loading area where we could just plump it down through a pentashield and then, you know, drive it internally, that would be way better. What am I stuck on? Nothing. Oh, I'm just, it like slows down for a second when you deploy the landing gear in its movement velocity. Wow, that took all of the fuel I had on me. Alright. It was just dribbles, so I guess that makes sense. She kind of expensive to run. Width of that guy, or length. Anywho, let me grab. Just gonna hold on to a bunch of fuel for this for today until we get done shuffling things around. Okay. You can be over here in front of this machine, that's alright. Okay. Go back. Get the rest of the junk. By junk, I mean good stuff that we definitely need and wish to reclaim from the desert. Before the desert reclaims it. Yeah, wow, she is thirsty. That meter was not very low. Good news is we should be able to glide for a change, since we don't have anything below us right now. That's way nicer on the fuel. I think when we go out and actually do spice hunting with this bad boy, we're just gonna have to fill our inventory with fuel cells. And, like, we stay out until the sandcrawler's full or we don't have any more fuel. We'll have to kind of figure out, like, how much does it take us to get home from wherever, from the corners, and that'll be our, you know, that plus some margin for safety will be our time to pack it in sort of level. I assume if we have a half a tank in there, we'll be able to, like, that would be easy, and that should keep us safe from mishap. Running out of fuel would be disastrous, so. Hello. Up we go. see if we can't nestle in a little bit better this time. I wonder if we did... Like, if we didn't have the border roof tiles here and just did a straight-up pentashield to, like, a wall tower type thing like we did here, but didn't have the border, that would gain us 2 full squares of shielded parking space, right? Hang on, let me scoot this up a little bit. I wonder if that'll be enough. We might just have to, like, plan on bringing... like, building on an addition and expanding the base every week. I don't love it. I don't love it at all. Seems to be stable, though. Can I still... Not sure if it's going to be long enough even if we did that, though. It's going to be really close. You still count as inside of my base for purposes of... Yes, access. Okay, cool. So all of that can go into there. Like, barely scratching the surface of the volume. It's amazing. Alright. Let's pull down the water. Well, actually, hang on. Are you still running? No, you're done. Okay. Carrier, in you go. Put that in there. Take you down. All of this in there. Grab those. Oops, I have a little bit extra. Stuff on the ground here. Is she big? Is she a junker? There we go. All that in there. We're at about 1/3 of slots, which is still like awesome. It's so much room for activities, you know. Let me double check. I think we should be able to get by taking down this other generator as well while we're up here. 455, yeah. Generator. Time for you to go down into the box. Alright. Carrier. Womp. Okay. Do. And then let's do this. Pull you over here so I can get to these guys. First one comes down. Bits and pieces go in the box. I don't think I can hold more than one at a time, so we'll just take down one at a time. It's okay. Not really in a hurry. I'm just trying to be efficient. Got all day to get this done, but let's not make it take all day, eh? Okay, that should be everybody. Do. Up into carrier. I think we're done with this for now. Because we should be able to fit all of these in our pocket, no problem. Why did I have a granite stone come back in my pocket? That's weird. Okay, all that. And then we're done. Top of the morning to you, Mongoose. Top of the morning to you, Duvakeen. How are you then? You ready to tackle another Monday? Alright, you come with me because we're about to start tearing stuff down. So we need to park on the ground. Do-do-do-do. There we go. Can I squeeze in here? Hopefully, perhaps, maybe. That would be nice. I can. Excellent. Just shove the rest of that in there so I can hold more in my pockets. Yikes. Been testing Linux from a work setup. It's giving me an aneurysm. Monday always manages to surprise me. It do be like that. What parts are giving you troubles with your setup? Oh, you know what? This sucks. I forgot to take. Oh, I can still get. Okay, cool. I can still get to that. That's amazing. All of that. Stupid certs. Like TLS certs? Do 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 do. All of that in there. This thing is so friggin' huge. It's amazing. Okay. Doesn't matter if the power's off because the shield goes down anyway when the storm comes. And if there is one, we just gotta buggy out of here and wait for it to go away. Alright. All of that into there. So the way my company does search for the site does not play well on Linux. Trying to figure out why. What? Do you need to add a trusted root? Do you have like an internal CA? It's like Etsy certificates root or something like that. You gotta add it there and then you gotta run a command depending on which distro you're using. Forget which one it is now. At least the local setup prod is presumably different Linux. What they have now. Alright, I think I got all my... Nope, there's a one. There's a one. Or here a foundation. You're a foundation there. Okay, I got all my edge for foundations out. Currently arch. Gotcha. I don't remember which command it is to refresh, but you have to have the certificate in the folder, and then there's a command to refresh them. I believe on Arch as well. I know for sure on Ubuntu, which is where it usually happens, just because everybody uses Ubuntu for industry things. Where I usually encounter the troubles. Alright, all of that in the box. You in the box. And away we go. Back for details in a sec, but stand-ups are coming. Be back soon. Well, good luck standing up. I'll see you in an hour. Thinking many thoughts about what I want to do about this layout-wise. The Deep Desert Base is the one where you gotta, like, really maximize your space usage. I don't want to put, like, a hole in the floor to lower through. Because then I'm gonna fall through it all the damn time. It's just gonna happen. I was thinking about, like a you know, just a gap to lower into, but I'm gonna jump out of this stupid thing and, or any thopter really, and fall through it almost every time I try to do anything, I'm sure, and then go from there. But a loading area like this, you know, ideally one dedicated, is kind of going to be a huge quality of life increase. Okay. Should be safe and sound. Top that up. Do 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 do. Tell you what, let me go use the restroom and put on water for coffee real quick, and then we'll load up some plastone and a little bit of scrap, and we'll go borrow a place to build a template. I'll be right back. There we go. Alright. Mr. Buggy, lend me your wheels. Whoop. Before I do that, I need to put some blastone in there. And before I do that, hang on. I need, like... I don't know which buggy is which. See, it's... How much is it for... We need a generator out there. So that's 45, and then this guy is 40, so we need 85 scrappies. And actually, I can just put that in my pocket, because that's where it needs to be. Can I... Hold up. Can I give these guys names? That way I can differentiate between them while I'm here. Manage vehicle. I can. Home base buggy. Okay. That will allow me to... We'll preserve that one. Continue to use the older, more patinaed buggy. We're running around out here for now. Now I should be able to... Not granite. Blaststone. Home base buggy. We'll put as much... We're gonna need more blaststone, I think. Which, I mean, makes sense. We spent some out there, kind of maybe perhaps foolishly, but we need to go mine more basalt and process more blaststone. Hopefully, we should have enough to get this task done. Oh yeah, because 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 and change. We should be okay. For getting this built. Half of that will just evaporate when we, you know, take it out to the deep desert. Half of whatever we use, that is, will be consumed. Or bookmarked, I guess I should say. For the deep desert. Reserved. There we go. There's the word. Almost done. Coffee water? Almost. There it is. Alright, let me go grab that really quick. Be right back. There we go. So, previously, make sure that's up too. There we go. Previously we found a spot down here where we could borrow a nice flat area to kind of noodle around. I forgot to bring fuel. Rack. It's okay. We'll grab some. Conveniently, we're in a buggy. And usually there's fuel around here. Usually. We don't need much. We just need a couple to... Whoop. Just flip the buggy. It's cool. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's supposed to do that. Usually there's, sorry, we don't need a ton. We just need enough to keep things running for, you know, a couple hours. Hops. While we kind of figure out what we desire. Wow, I can't drive a buggy today. That is the second time I've just, like, clipped into a rock and flipped. Jeez. What am I even doing with my life? There's a fuel. It's paying more attention to fuel on the road. There. This will last us 1,000,000 years. Perfect. Sorted. Alright. Scooch down here and actually pay attention to the road for a change. You know, for fun. It's an interesting tactic. What's got going on there? Bum, 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 bum. Memory serves, it was right here that we built last time, and this seems to be okay. Don't see any worm warning. So, we will grab inventory, thank you. I don't want to hold on to that. Well, I guess I kind of have to. There. Split that in half. I really only need one, actually, to get started. And I can put a couple more in, it's fine. That'll do, pig. That'll do. There. Alright. Do-do-do. 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 We kind of edge. Scooch out to the edge here. Like so. Good enough. We didn't bring any granite for this, so we'll just be bougie and use Atreides. Helios. Wanna not turn, but bring that up. Let's go just a little bit this way. It's okay though. Just want to stack up. High as we can get and still be inside the ground when we put down the claim of block. Favorites. It looks like we might be able to go one more. I don't want to be too tall though, so I want to be able to set down into the ground almost a full block if I need to. So maybe that's ideal. 'Cause it looks visually about. Yeah, let's just do it. That's fine. Think we're good right there. You come with me if you want to live? Question mark? And then we'll tilt that so it's consistent with roughly where this grid was. Not that it really matters, but you know. Do, like so. Alright. Let's figure out what we're gonna do with this base. I liked the towery thing we had going on, but oh. He's got an interesting idea almost, where a narrower part comes out. Okay, so hang on. Hold up. Should have left the bottom thing in place, but that's okay. Go roughly to the middle. judging by eyeballs. Actually, no. Hang on. Hold up. I'm gonna do this again. Because I forgot that I was trying to template. One more, right? I think. Okay. This is actually fire. Yeah, we need to drop one more. This is it. Okay. So, yeah, see, I was off. Alright. So, if I don't do a stupid, everything's still good, I think. We still move you, but we still come down here. We leave this block in place, then I can run my wall out so that I'm on the grid. Okay, and this should be, yep, okay, that's the edge. We do want to be a little bit within the, little narrow on the boundaries, right? Because otherwise, it'll be harder to place. So this is good. This is pretty much ideal. All right. So there's the extreme corners. Now, if we were to do something like this, you know, it would have to be here. We do the same thing here. We go 3 and then we go in. Because these little corners worked out really well. I was really happy with them as a thing. Okay, and then if we go here, and we do another one like this, so there's 3, and then we'll be kind of like 3, and that leaves us a little bit of room to do this. I totally screwed up again by not holding it long enough. Here we go. And I want to run this guy over here out the correct spot. So we do 3, we do a notch in right here. Okay, so then here, and then this is where this, wait, no, there's 2. What am I'm off by a, because I only made this one too wide, which is maybe okay. We'll see. Made it 2 wide this way and 3 wide this way. So like that, okay? Alright, and then we do the same thing here, where this was 3... Well, it should be 2, actually, if we're going to do it that way. And I'm all out of plastone already. In my pocket. I got more in the buggy. I think I want to do a full round, the border of foundations. That should be fine for teardown speed, like, shouldn't be a big deal. That... But that will give me a little bit more almost like visual balance coming out this way like that. So we do that, and we set this in. This only needs to really be 3 wide, so we'll take a look at that really quick. I need a big old garage door in the middle, which, hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This guy should be the dead center, like so. This takes granite? Oh, interesting. Okay. I did not know that there was any granite involved in this building set. Good to know. Let me find a scrap or 2 of granite. I don't need 10 for this task. I have millions of granites at home. There's 8. I just need like one more stray rock somewhere out here. Rocks everywhere, and not a scrap to build a door with. Seriously? Wow. Usually, I trip over a granite rock every 36 seconds. But as is predictable, as soon as I need one, there's none. None to be found. There's a granite right there. I'm just gonna grab the little guys that are on the ground here. And if we need more, then we know that he's over here. I don't know if there's any other doors that are gonna need granite, but... right through there. Okay, cool. So. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Get some walls up pretty soon here. Feel the storm just wanting to happen eventually. Its malice weighs heavy upon my conscience. Alright, and actually this does need to be set in a tile so that we can run ramps, because I don't think this is gonna do. Yeah, okay, so it needs to be there, which is fine. We'll just run this back a layer. Okay, like so. And we could jut out here just fine, kind of like we did in the other base. That would be okay with me. We'll plan for it, and then we'll see if we like it, and if we need to adjust things at all. Because it's going to be a great place to squirrel away bits and pieces, right? Let's do the little techie corners. I kind of dig that for a ground floor garage sort of deal. Okay. Okay. Like so. Like so. All the corners in real quick. Like that. Like that. Alright, cool. So. Walls. Which walls? On the front? We don't have room for that. Let's do these guys here. We only have twosies on this side. Kind of go outside and see how we like this. This is a 3, but we might also want to do a back door again like we did before. Let's see, we did this over here. Let's go double check our... See how we like how things are shaping up. And there's no foundation that's already notched out for these guys. There he is. I'm done. We could do this. And it would look way better. Okay, we'll replace them in a second. I'm sandstorm paranoid right now. That's alright. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That was close. Alright, so we need another layer up for the garage here. We really need 2 because the sand crawler is barely going to fit inside of a 1 layer. This is not the correct... There we go. I did incorrectly. Come on, here we go. Like so. Hey now. What's wrong with you? There we go. Like so. Like so. All of that in place. Alright, so we were doing for walls. I want to get a gen in here and get the floor filled in really fast before we get too far, so that any storm happens to kick up, we'll be safe from. Or at least reasonably safe from. Those are the incorrect walls, but that's okay. We'll fix it in a second here. Go grab more plasto. I also want to get this guy inside so that Why do I not have enough salvaged metal? I swear taking down the sub-thief console out here doesn't refund you the full amount. Which, like, whatever. It's, you know, a little bit of scrap metal. But it's just annoying. So I did have enough for a generator. I'm 99% sure. Alright, let's get these up. And then we did this here too, right? I think. We'll double check in a minute. Right meow. Floor. In. The middle is fine. We have a million stabilities from our lovely foundations all around the edge. Because I'm thinking about, like, the... For one, if it has to stand up a little bit off the ground, it'll look nicer. But for two, I'm thinking about the more rocky terrain. Pardon me, in the islands out there. So we'll just do that for right now. And we'll do this for now. So I need to go grab some more scrap really quick. That's not scrap, even though it looks like it. This is scrap right here. You need, what, 80, 45, something like that? I don't know. Whatever I can fit in my backpack is what I'm getting. That'll be a million times more than we need. That's alright. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Okay. And then we can put in generator real quick, just to keep things going. You can have a fuel. Perfection. That should at least shelter us while we build. Kind of dig it. It's kind of looking cool so far. Need some steps, obviously. Need to fix the foundations in the corners there. But here's what I'm thinking, is that we can put a deck, or a pentashield up above on the roof of the garage here, and that will allow us to carrier things. And we'll be relying on the width of things. Not sure how I want to handle the devices we'll need just yet, though. We'll see. This may be just a flawed concept to begin with, but we'll give it a shot. Maybe we expand out here a little bit. I don't know. We know that barely 2 is barely enough, and we should have the headroom now to do one more, just for the sake of being nicer to try to maneuver around in here. Actually, do I want to do that? Hold up. Maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe instead... That's not the one I told you to delete. What if we instead did roofing pieces? That'll give us a half height, I think. Are these half height? Like the other roof pieces are? Yeah, that's like a half height, right? Half wall. That would give us a half above. Above the status quo. We'd have to do it, that's the wrong, that's the one I'm looking for. And then these guys like this, right? Ah, that's the wrong one again. They look very similar. One is the square corner, though. I don't want to do that here, I don't think, though. I want to make sure... That's one of these guys. And then I don't know what to do with that just yet. But then we'd have these... I don't know if I love this. Would like to do something different with this. We may abandon our idea of putting everything under a pentashield, since it seems like devices don't really take damage in the same way, almost, or machines. A little hazy on that still, but on the specifics, that is, right? Let's see if we like this. We'll see where we go from here. But if then I do not floor but actual roof tile here, we leave 3 wide. Let's see, we did roof over here as well on the other side, so we'll keep that going. I'll run out of plastic in my pocket again. Nope, 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 nope. That can go in there for now, so I can hold more plastone. Got a cooler, a thermoelectric cooler out of that. That's fun. From that perk point I have, or the Landsrat perk, rather. This is one of those, and then over here we carried. Okay, that's where we ended that. Okay, so if we do this, it's like effectively a cargo drop-off area here. The container is still a little bit of a problem. But not really, because we only deliver it and then fill it and then, you know, get out of there. So maybe it's alright. I would like this to be a little bit longer, so maybe this gets extended by one. But the hangar has to be large as well. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not going to be enough. We could think about doing it diagonally, I guess. Let's see how things shape up here. So we've got that stuff that way, and then I don't think a 3x2 is quite enough. But also we got to think about like where the hangar overhangs, basically. I'm unsure at this time. But let's just kind of keep roughing in here and see if we end up in a place where we like what we're doing. I think we have promise in this sort of plan. Oops. Not sure to take this just yet, though. But I got a good feeling. And this is just like a sketch in anyway for right now. So, anyway, so we did something like this, right? And this entire roof floor here might be in the wrong spot. We'll see. Because of this half wall height here. See where we end up. Walls. We just do a plain wall in here. I think we'll be in a better place going forward. And then these guys, we can do fancy things with a little bit, maybe. We can do these slot walls. That's alright. Or the slot windows, rather. Okay. We're finally back. Scrum Master showed up 25 minutes late because he was also interim Scrum Master from another team. Fun! So many funs! And then we can switch to nicer windows up here. Nicer corners. Corners with windows. Okay, like so. See how this looks. I've also achieved the rank of chart expert. Not sure how excited I should be about that. So excited, I tell ya. Tell you what. Let's make a nice big window there for now. And then flank it with just plain wall. So if we did something like this to get us up higher, right? These corners here, we have a piece for that. Like this, right? That way we don't care about them. We get one of these, it goes there. That would give us some room. Now I'll be given more front end. My favorite. Nice, nice. Okay, so if we did that. Now the thing we got to think about is like being able to still access and lower into this cargo drop. If we put a shield over it, will we still have room? This can be like production stuff, I suppose, as well as downstairs. That sarcasm is larger than the Grand Canyon. I did get that feeling. Yes, I did get it. Got a plastone in my pockets again, and I don't have stairs yet. That's okay. We'll just hop over. Still trying to find what we want to do here exactly. We need a taller area for production stuff, for sure. And I'm worried that I just don't have the space inside of a single claim to make this feasible still. Keep doing that. We'll do just regular plain walls here. Then this is the half wall, so yeah, that's fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We could do something like this. Maybe that looks cool. Go outside and see. See what we make of it, but something like that, okay, would give us a little bit more space for production and storage of water and stuff. This wall here, maybe we'll do like holy guys, and then a plain one. Something like that, maybe. Alright, and then this is where we need to start worrying about hangar stuff. We also need roof space, right? Not sure that's quite gonna fly. We have some here, so we need to be able to put down our wind traps and stuff. That is the main issue here. Could also overhang, kind of like we did before. I don't know. Let's worry about the hangar first. Three by 3 here. Storm on the way eventually here. I think this would look nicer. We did something like this. Like that. Break it up a little bit. Okay, so then we have that. Just put this in here for now so we can stay hydrated while we're out here. So we'd end up with only I don't think a 3x2 is quite enough to lower in.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
The sand crawl. Oh. Maybe. Maybe. A minute. Are you sheltered in base? Nope, you're unsheltered. Now you're sheltered in base. Something about putting giant holes in the roof makes it unsheltered. Who would have thought? Make sure these guys are safe as well from damage. We pulled out this. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be 5 wide, which I think is just enough. And then lengthwise is the way we'll park the carrier and other things.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
We'll stand in here and wait for that to go by. We got lots of room down here too for A, parking, which is good, we need that, right? But B, the things like the huge refinery. And we could like maybe throw in a wall here for the inside too, to make the garage more discreet, maybe. Thank you, Sandstorm. That was weird. I think it's got to come out, though. It's got to come out. I don't see a way around that. That's okay, though. It'll make the roof line a little bit more interesting. And then also, we're not going to do anything fancy here. That, though, will come forward. We can also make this like a half wall, I suppose. Something like this, right? No fancy corner, just a regular square right on this one. It'll give us a little bit more room up here as well to work with. Oops. Got a little ambitious with the delete there. Okay. Let me just get this in and then we'll swap to the... We'll do the decorative pieces after. As long as this works to lower in the vehicles we need to lower in, we'll be alright. Works, then we are super Gucci. Okay. And we can replace, again, those and that, like so. Our lovely little decorative pieces. We're gonna do this. Let's do that. Then we have our middle. Like so. That looks kind of cool. Okay. Alright. Now. Let's shoot these floors in here real quick. It'll gain us a little bit of space up here as well, which I do like. And then above as well. right? So, if we... I think we only need 2 tops. Especially because we have more room downstairs. But things like... Okay, so when we get the large refinery, that's going to change the math. But for now, even this medium fits within 2, right? Okay? That's alright. When it comes time to build large, maybe we'll have to extend the tower up or something. I don't know. We'll burn that bridge when we get there. Because that's going to be a little while. We have a lot of things we need before we spend 1,000 spice on a larger refinery. Just only 500 in the deep desert, but still, that's a ton of spice. So it'll be a bit. And then we can worry about it. We'll kind of try to keep in mind that it's a thing. And that it's, like, friggin' huge. And, like, maybe we'll punch holes in the floor over there or something. I don't know. So. The... hangar space. Should probably sort out access first, really. I'm probably gonna go with steep stairs, even though I like them less. We're very space limited here. Do that, and we do a floor here. And then we're going to be out of space because it's only 2 wide this dimension, which might be a mistake. But we also have the option to put this stairway down here, which buys us more room. Like this, right? I don't want to trap buggy in here. Let's just scooch it. And then perhaps these end up being the place where we put like water tanks and stuff, generators. I'll squirrel it away in there. Sheltered in base still, cool. Alright. So we can do something like this. Because we do have a need for those spaces, so piece of cake, right? It's a little bit of a narrow gap there, but it's okay. We clear. The camera doesn't freak out too bad. And then, in order to get up a level, we would need to do something like this. Unless we put the stairs over there. I'd like to keep a nice open corner. So what if we did that? Put them in like these corners a little bit. Symmetry because my brain demands it. And then we have roof, aka floor, all the way here, and this gets to stick out just basically as far as it can go on all sides, which should look correct for like a castle almost, right? Because these are very clearly castle-inspired pieces. They look like a castle. So, visually, this should be good. It won't stick out on these sides, but that's okay. Get plastone real quick. Tell you what, I need to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue building. There we go. Alright. Let us continue here. Ooh. Kind of like that to be... I might be able to get away with putting that back one. Or at least aiming the correct way on the way up. We'll rework it in a second here if we can. Right, meow. Meow, I'm busy with this task. Alright, you... Space for things is going to be a little bit of an issue for generators. Wind traps and power gen, wind turbines, there's the word. Be a little bit of a challenge here in this configuration, but let's just see how things go. We need to be at least 3 tall up here. And let's stick with... We can still do corners. Probably. Except for that's going to reduce our available area. You know what I think? This may have to be... I might have to pull this out one more, or do something else with this. Just to buy us another square. We'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we do... I guess we can do windows, it's fine. It'll look nice. Do something like this, right? And then... we're just not going to have enough room for the anything. 1, 2, 3 wide. Even if I bought myself one more, that'd be 4 wide. So maybe we can't do corners up here. We also have... hang on. We do have these rampy bits. Obviously, we're length constrained here. There may be something we can do. with this. That could theoretically come out one more. Forgot we had these. And that would be as far forward as it could go. This requires... edge left, edge right. This requires like stairs or something in here. Could do those. Right wall inclined. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I remember those now. We can kind of angle out as well. And maybe this idea is just kind of flawed to begin with. It's entirely possible. To try to get myself access down here to drop things in. Hold this one forward. Then we lose our ramp, though. We don't have enough room. Unless, maybe... Okay, hang on. What if we pulled you here? I don't like the steep incline for this, but... Yeah, no, that's still too far out. Still ramps down too far. Other thing we could look at is trying to put it on the side. We'd have to cut into this tower, and maybe that's okay. It's kind of cool looking. I think visually it needs to extend up the same way the other side does to look right, anyway. What would it look like if we were to do this? Hold up. So that's a 3, actually. But we lose 1 to the wall. That's fine, though. If we take this down... and have a play around with this idea... Need a little granite in my pocket for that. We have, because we grabbed a little extra, that's fine. So we could do something like this. We're going to run into the same issue, though, on the outside here, where we have to set this in one. If we were to do this, okay. Just kind of right back to where we were, actually. Good thought of that. Okay, so we go back to that. Why are you being a pain in my ass? Get over there. There we go. It'll give us a little less garage space. We don't need a ton, though. Just to get in and out of, right? We can do that. And then you go out. You should be one of these in this orientation. And this becomes a little bit of a problem then. Maybe it's okay. Maybe we do something like this. Right? And then our incline rampy ramp goes in here. And then you... Actually... You can come out one more. Just for pure stylistic reasons, right? So that you kind of mirror the other side there. That actually makes this 3 wide, which is fine. I'm not opposed to that in any way, shape, or form. Like that. I think probably the... I don't know, I do kind of like the way this looks. So maybe that goes there, right? Might be overdoing it on those pieces just for the sake of looking too busy, but let's go with that for a second and see how we like the way things are shaping up when we do it that way. Okay, put you in there. When you replace that, it'll be fine. We'll fix it here in a second. This should be... Oh, that's going to be a little bit of tricky... This should be that. Maybe this should not worry. We do that like so. Maybe like an overhang? Do we like an overhang? How do we feel about an overhang? We would need to do like a half wall here. But that's okay. Then we actually gain a little bit of flat space if we were to do that. Like so. Yeah, that's alright. That's not bad at all. You can become like a regular wall here. And then... I already get 3, which is lovely. But I still want to set this in. Be a question. Place that. Should have been done from the beginning, but it's alright. We need to go around and double check them all. Once we figure out if this is what we want to do. Still not 100% sure. We do something like that, and then just a plane in the middle. Like that. Could put a door in this side as well if we wanted. Let's see how we like things as they shape up here. So one of those, and then we could actually do 2 doors if we did it this way, which would be kind of nice. That one goes away. So we get our full 3. You and you. These come down. you, and you, and then that, and then outer face that way, and then inclines our little rampies so we can get in, and then our roofies so we can not die in the sand. So our little overhang goes in there. Okay. Walls. Garage door. Right there. And then flat roof. Fill that in like so. Okay. I'm kind of digging it. This is but like, what you gonna do, you know? I totally messed that up. It's this way. There we go. Like so. We'll fix these really quick while we're here. Like so. It's already done. This one needs to be fixed. Like that. Do it now. Less likely to break any pieces that are stacked on top. Should have millions of tons of stability, but just in case. Alright, so we do that. I forgot one of those. Make sure you stay sheltered. There we go, just to be sure. In case a storm blows through. Alright, so we have this space here, and we go up. And now we still got our two. Oh yeah, that's right. I needed to pull this out one. It's kind of part of this idea, actually. Which we might still be able to accomplish if we were to do something like this, right? So that we don't lose that cut in. Sort of gap space there. These roof tiles sacrifice a block inward, which is okay. As long as we account for it in some way, shape, or form. We do all that. And the same is true of these guys here. Just to keep things buttoned up. We have little roofy fillers here. This one? I think it might be that one. You know, it looks different than this guy. I think it's the same one, but different. Flippy-floppied. Won't actually know until we go outside and look. Yes. Appears to be so. Nothing's poking through either side. Seals up the gap. Makes it look very, very nice. Which way? Yeah. pictures of them look different, but this is correct. Outer face is that way. Like so, which means this is the one that goes over here to this awkward little corner that we may or may not do away with. We'll see. Maybe for the bottom. And then maybe do something different on the top. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not super happy with that. Visually, it looks like that should go higher. But then it's gonna look kind of crappy on this side if we do that. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's alright. Alright, so now that we have pulled this forward one, let's put these in place. Okay. This would buy us one more square. No, I did that wrong. That. This would buy us one more square for these guys to come up. Out, I guess I should say. For our hangar area. I build you, build you, build you. The overhang I'm a little concerned about inside. That comes here, because of the sandcrawler. It barely fits in a too tall. Barely. Barely. But also, we don't technically need these to be full walls here. We could do halves. Not down there. Up here. Right. That would preserve the interior space. And, like, if that doesn't have a thing, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. It'll still look okay, I think. So we do that all the way around. And then you, right here, you could actually be a full now. Like this. That's fine. The same is true. These guys. Right? I have to figure out how to neatly handle this space here. Maybe an incline? Maybe inclines are the answer? Or the upstairs part. Stairs in my way here, but if we were to do this, then we don't really block ourselves, right? We're good there. And I don't know if that's, yeah, okay, we're good. Thought I was off by a square there for a second. Nope, we're good. I can't set the stairs over here, though. But what I can do, I think, is do like a landing, which would get me more floor space, right? So if I do this, like so, I'm gonna do steep stairs again, even though I don't like them as much. That would allow me to pull up there. Pull everything out one more. For this, like so, right? I need to go get more stone. I've been kind of just like floating on the edge of out for forever here. We'll just do that. We find we'll leave some. Need this granite on me anymore right now. Need some space because I'm kind of tearing things down as I build them, which is why I've been able to get this far with like basically no free granite or blaststone. Alright, so we do this, right? Cool. Love that. We get a little bit more room for machinery down below. Generators and stuff, right? Pardon me, you need to be a wall. So do you. And then you need to be a fancy wall, I think, is what we were doing, right? Yep, okay. Very good. So this would give me, if I was to put a corner on, 1, 2, 3, 4 wide. I still don't know if that's quite enough. And this can't go any further out. I would really like to have corners on these for visual purposes. We need to be like at least 3 high here. If we were to go 4, I don't know that we have room for any machinery on the roof. So I was thinking about like pull-in sort of situation here. Instead of a drop-in down from above. But that might not work out. If we do this though. Okay. And then we should really just like, what is this? This doesn't need to be favorite. Why can't I remove favorites from here? It's annoying. That's why I've never messed with the favorite system, because it's annoying to do. Select them first. Get all of this shelter stuff off of my bar, please. Okay, now utilities. I've still got a wedge wall. You and you can be you on my favorites list. You, I suppose, as well. That's fine for now. Maybe you. The rest can stay where it is, I think. Let me go fix. You don't need to be. Oops. You don't need to be on my favorites list. Okay. Are you usable now? This is Chome Shelter. Don't need Chome Shelter. Alright. Now. So if I was to do this now, that's 5, and we are 1, 2, 3, 4 rather, and we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wide. Is that true? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is true. The other option, though, so if we take this down, right? The depth is the problem. I was thinking we could put shields on this side instead, that way you drop off and then you pull in, but you don't got much room. Things would stick out, so you'd have to pivot. And if you gotta pivot, it's gonna suck. And again, like, you're kind of already going to be pivoted to drop things in, so maybe that is the answer. Maybe that's the smartest way. I think I want to go 4 high here, though. Right? Just to make sure you got room to maneuver. And then you slide in sideways when you're doing carrier things. I don't know if this makes any sense up here. Although, okay, actually, hang on. Oop. If I do this, I gain a half wall height, right? So... just do this really quick so we can kind of block in. If I was to do this, I would not have enough room to put one of these down. But if I'm concerned about maneuvering room vertically, if instead I do this, I still get my half height everywhere but the edges, right? So let's take this down and go play with this one really quick. Because our big hangar is 3 high, and it is enough. It's like barely enough, but it is enough to land in. Or to be covered in, right? So if we were to do something like this, right, you'd cover it, and then we got all kinds of room up here for things we don't have to babysit, like wind turbines, right? And then we can put our water collectors, dew collectors down there. Wind traps, there's the word. I don't know if there's going to be quite enough room. And we need to make sure to facilitate access to this area. If we're to do that. Yeah, this will fit 2. Only 2. And unless we do something in here, like there would be enough room in here to squeeze one in barely, but it would be doable. It gives us 2 spots there. Still looks goofy here. I want to fix that. Yeah, you got a power for an hour. Here. Oops. Have the wrong button. Have another fuel cell. Love how it does that. Not. We really won't know until we try. So let's just try. And I think we can save a ton of power by doing this too, like versus what we had before. We spent so much of our power on pentashields that, like, we could be way more efficient. Alright. These might span the gap without walls, but work on them in a second here. Anyway. And I think we're going to end up spending most of our time in the carrier / crawler. I don't know for sure, though. We'll have to see. Like, I'm thinking it would make sense to, like, scout the area, look for spice blows, and then go fetch the crawler and the carrier, right? But it depends on how many people are out and about. We can carry the scout out. We know that we can lift thopters. We can carry it out with the whatchamacallit, with the carrier, if we have to. So we have both available to us. Not a problem. We should go grab one of those maybe too, just to test. While we're here. Oh yeah, this one's way bigger. Alright, so we're going to keep this pattern going here for right now. We're only going to have one big opening, I think. I don't know why I did it in that order. But I did. Alright, so then we got 2 slots there. That's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. So we can do something like that. Great deal of plastone going into this build. It's alright, we can make more. We have lots of silicon still. Some basalt we can go get pretty quickly. And it's only going to consume half of this, actually, so, you know. No, let's keep this going. Right. A lot of light in here. You... I'm just going to leave you blank in the middle here. I think. That should be okay. Like that, and then I've got 2 and 2. Could do something like that, and flank this with the Nice little Atreides stripe, so it's a big stripe in the middle, essentially, of non-blank stuff. And then, I don't know, maybe the whole ones? Lots of light, lots of good visibility. Hopefully. Alright, so, the theory being... should be okay to get a pentashield in here. Obviously we don't have the resource to actually build it, but that's okay. Let's go grab the carrier and see if this all works before we go any further. And actually, on the way, let's just grab some basalt until this thing is full. Because we're gonna need to start processing more plastone. Sandstone coming. For the base renovation as well.
Sector
It's gonna
weather alert.
consume
A large sandstorm is approaching.
a great deal of plastone. Push our luck a little bit here. Since that's coming, there's like no point in going right now. Grab this. At the 1 minute mark, we'll head in there. I'll probably go use the restroom while the sandstorm happens. We will continue to science it up over here with the carrier when I get back. Want to make sure my plans will work, and then we'll place holograms for the machinery. We'll kind of deal with the internal sort of flow of the navigation and stuff a little bit better,
A large sandstorm is approaching.
so that you can get places easily. And we'll see if this whole front garage idea is terrible or not. It's a little bit cubey boxy, but yeah. And then you can tuck in here, and then the sandcrawler, when we get it, can also be... That's going to be a little bit of a problem. We'll see what we can do with the space. We'll test also when we get the... We'll bring the sandcrawler out just to make sure that we can lower it through this gap easily, right? Ease of operation is a key to what I'm trying to accomplish here.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
We may just pull this out one more, like, and say, the hell with it. We'll see. Alright, I'll be right back while this blows over. Perfect. Time to go. And actually, hang on. Let me do this. I'm just gonna put another fuel in the gen before I go. This would be 2 hours. That'll be 4 hours. We certainly won't be here that long, but just so it doesn't complain at me. And we'll grab basalt while we're out with whatever space we got left. We'll get that processing. Yoink! Come on, come on. There we go. And maybe the answer is that I just need to not try to fit it on one subfeed. I don't know. Okay, shields are, or he doesn't have any penta shields. His power's running though. Still spinning. Interesting. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. But here, you can come with me. Might be reachable if we get a little closer. Just get a little peek at it. Yeah. The angle makes that not worth my time. Weird noise that thing's making over there. Whatever she's got with her. Do 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 do. Should be. We'll scoot through here pretty quick. I feel like getting shot to bits over here for nothing. The other thing to think about is, like, is it still, now that we have so much cargo capacity, is it still worth it to refine out there? I'm not sure. It reduced the size of things a lot. The power needs for sure as well. I don't know the answer to that. I wish you could do bigger, like you could blueprint a larger area, right? And technically you can. You just have to go and then plop it down and then expand it and then still place it within land you own, right? That's the limiting factor. And maybe we'll do that. No, there's nothing over here. I can get down here. There's usually a bunch in this little back alleyway here, this canyon. We know from when we used to live over here. A little bit on the way as well. Fortunately, this stuff takes very little volume. So load up even though we have, you know, a bunch of stuff in here. Still get a decent amount out of here with us. Just, you know, by the by. Enough for several thousand more plastones. Uh-oh. Unable to control. Like, get out of it for a second. Let it reset or whatever. There we go. But the laser is stuck there. Alright, cool. Gotta relog. Love that for me. Now, give me my laser. Oop, missed one. Almost forgot him. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Might not quite fill up on the way back, but that's fine. I don't want to spend too much time just farming basalt. We'll get this processing. It'll be a net win. I'll grab whatever's just like laying around up here, though, for sure. Did I just completely miss... Oh, it's slots. Okay. Volume. Lowest volume. Those things. I was looking at the volume and not the slot count. If there's anything else over here, we'll just grab a couple more rocks if they're here, which they are. Get a nice little stack going. Bum, 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 bum. We'll whip around here. Oh, look at that. Those pillars make lovely edge decorators there. And wall detailers. Good thought. Good to know. We've been doing that with these ones, but they work way less gooder than those ones did. That's for sure. And clipping them into the wall like that was a really cool idea also. Big fan of that. I stopped too soon. I'm a spice blows today for some reason. Feels like. Okay, so. Saw somebody drive through that little gap the other day, and I jumped on to pop up or to go out and kick off production in the deep desert. I'm so happy. I was just happy to see somebody using my little bridge, little gap that I left. It was just pleasant. Let me get that going here. Those all can stay on my person for now. It's fine. Might need a little more granite, you never know. But basalt, here you are. Doubling currently as a base buggy. Oops. Like so. This can come with me. This can come with me. This can all come with me. We'll put more plastone in here just in case we require it. We shouldn't need that much, but... Oh, yeah. Hang on. I forgot. Forgot how absurdly heavy fuel cells are, given the amount that are required. Over here in the fuel box. Oop, wrong one. This one. Thank you. That scrap can go in here, I suppose. No harm in it. And good to go. Alright, so let's grab. I'm gonna pull the sand crawler out of the garage so I can pick it up. Make sure we have enough room for all the goodies here. Okay, and I'm just gonna cheat my way up over here because I can. Oh no, this is 4 high. Ooh, 3 isn't gonna be enough. Tough. Alright, well, we can at least test the buggy for sure. Or not buggy, sandcrawler for sure. But it looks like we're gonna have to go higher on the top one if we're gonna do this way. The other option is to plan for, you know, placing those claims, of course, but I'd still rather not do that. The other option is to plunk down just a box that's the hangar at like ground level to hold the carrier and then build extra on top from there. By on top, I mean off to the side to plop down another. We still have to plop down another claim extender. We did that. Really trying to avoid that, though. I would like to not. 3.5 is going to be a stretch, I think, for getting this guy in there. But we'll give it a shot. Because we do get a half wall, kind of, you know, for free, quote unquote, with the roof the way it is. All right, so. Oop, that's... Nope. This is tricky. Yeah, this isn't going to be big enough. Don't think. Yeah, no. Okay. This is not gonna work. Shit. If we... Hold up. Let me put this down here real quick. Oops. That's why we're doing science here, instead of just YOLOing this. Parking-wise... Oh, it's a tight fit. It's a tight fit. Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible to do. Horrible to do. Okay. This isn't gonna work. Alright, well, it was a good thought. But... unfortunately... 3 high, 3.5 high is not enough. Oh, she's so hard to get in and out. It's just not gonna work. Okay. Okay. Let's pull this back up. Go back home with it. Well, now we know, right? Oops. I wanted that. Thank you. I'm just gonna drop this in the hangar if I can. And I could just, you know, pull it out like we have been of the garage and then snatch it up and go. I want better ergonomics. Better UX. Without looking like a boring box. That nice and lined up a little bit. There we go. I forgot to trigger off the Blaststone production while I was here too. I was excited about the other tasks. Alright, let's go downstairs again. Let's do this while I remember. 32, so 16. It's gonna be a lot. And in fact, hold up. For a second here, like this has some room, but not a massive amount. It's going to fill up real soon. So we're going to put the input to circuit 2 there. That way overflow will go into that for right now. Alright, let's get this guy inside before anything untoward happens to him. Park in the way of some things for now. So, approaching that with any speed is not a pleasant experience. Good to know. Just tuck you away here for now. That'll be fine. And then we have our buggy that we can scoot over here. The home base buggy, we can get out of here still, I'm sure. There we go. Perfect. And I have lots of Blaststone, right? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Good, good, good. So we gotta come up with a different answer then. I'm fairly confident after that experience that I don't want to put the carrier under a roof. She's just too damn big. It would have to be an extremely tall hangar. It was actually a really good thing we did that, because we learned a lot of things just now, right? That'll also factor into what we do with the home base. So... Decisions. And I totally wasn't paying attention to where I was going. Oh, now I know where I am. Okay. I think this connects over here. Was lost in thought, kind of just driving on autopilot. No, this does not get down there yet. I have to go back. So, like, we can make a gigantic hall hangar for it here in Haga. That's fine for the home base. I'm okay with that as a concept. It needs to be, like, 6 walls high, maybe? Because 3.5, my camera was in it. So I need, like, double that room, right? Roughly. If I grab that basalt, they're going to shoot me, and I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to get out, kill them, all that. Let's grab this while we're here. Opportunistically, basalt mining. So... that's fine for home. We have lots and lots and lots of vertical space, but fitting everything into a single garage, single claim, is tricky. While preserving, you know, usability. We might still be onto something here. With the layered approach, but... it might just have to be kind of a boring box for now. Trying to fulfill all of these constraints is very, very, very tricky. And as you can see, we kind of fulfilled none of them in an attempt to do all of them. So let's rethink this a little bit. I don't like that cut in anyway. The top is very much boring box anyway. The width was just barely enough, right? So... shit. This has basically just gotta go up one more. Let's figure out... 2.5 is probably okay. But half holes are going to get us in trouble. It's just going to happen. If we don't do something about that to mitigate it. Just like the way the layers work out, we already have, you know, stuff like this, which wouldn't be a huge deal, but it is kind of annoying, right? We also have the angly walls that we can play with. Okay. It's not a thing that I was thinking about initially. And I put no plastone in my pockets. Because quite frankly, I just forgot they exist. So we haven't had them up until now. But what if we played around with this idea a little bit? So angled and outward. Something like this gives us a little bit more room to play. We might even be able to get one more out. Just do a normal wall here really quick, just to kind of block it out. See where we can push the boundaries at here. So that's going to put us out. Yeah, okay. So, basically, what do I have? Oh, because I took down a wall. Okay. Hang on. Fair enough, that's my mistake. Put half of that back so I can pull things down and put them up and etc. So we can do an angled out. Okay, this could be interesting. We might be onto something here structurally. This might be a problem to get foundations down, but let's find out. Let's kind of explore this idea a little bit. Oop, my ankles. We can take down a whole half. That's okay. Yeah, okay. Already. I do need to keep that in my pocket for putting things up again. What would it look like to do this? Okay, there we go. And this is a full wall high, which it's going to be off by one. That's okay. Take that down real quick. And instead of doing it up there to start with, we'll start down here and see where we can get to it. We leave. Yeah, that's basically one further out. So that's fine. I don't know that these foundations line up with this, though. They might. Let's find out. For science. They do not. Okay. So... unless I screwed up. And the start is supposed to be more like... yeah, no, that's not... you'd have to set this down, I think, into the ground, which is okay. There is a... I think I've seen... yeah, big, long... ooh, there's that, too. Big, long floor pieces, aren't there? Yeah, these guys are the long guys. So you'd be able to get back to the grid, essentially. It would snap to the correct place. That's the other side. This is the correct... no? That's it. Yeah, okay. And then you get back to square. There. So... you can do something like this, right? And then maybe a corner piece like that. That opens up a lot of room like there, while still looking kind of interesting and cool. And then we can replace that with the correct piece, like so. Okay. And then this could come down. We can go back to the 3 wide gap here. This does open up a ton of space, right? While fulfilling our desire to not be a lame, boring cube. To at least some extent. We still have a problem with where to put the wind traps and stuff. We might be able to pull this down a level. Because if we're already going to be, well, no, we need more room for the garage area still, which I think. Oh, there's ugly gaps in here. That's disappointing. Are these the same angle as this? Snapping the way I had hoped. Do something like that. Go where I want you to go. Please? There. So this looks kind of like the same angle. Obviously this is not where I want to put it, something like this, but okay then. We're rhyming today, I see? And then it'd be this way? No, the other way. So we could do something like this. That wouldn't have ugly gaps. Why does it have gaps when you stack these guys then? I guess that's just the way it'd be. So we can't really flip that on its head the way we were wanting. I'm writing Mongoon as my last name officially from now on? Okay then. I suppose. If that's what you really want to do with your life. Okay. That's really kind of going to be wasted space for this application. Well, crap. I'll come back later. Okay. Sinks into the sands. Rip. Quicksand got him. Do something like this. I suppose. Still. And go back to our middle sort of garage door idea. This upper part, though, is giving me Troubles. I say troubles. I guess we could... Okay, so... What if we lean into the squareness still? Right? We lean into the square boxy a little bit more. Because these pieces do really lend themselves to that, right? We make this one of these. Put a foundation there. And then we'd have to do something different here, probably. But for now, we can do this. Yeah, put that one in backwards. I did. Should stick to the upper one. That'd be alright. Okay, there we go. Fix that. Right, okay. We can do that. Let's do this. We'll swap this around. So that we have the 4 wide, or sorry, the 3 wide sidewalls here. Like so. That would work. Except for let's put the right ones in. Like that. And then these guys in. And then we switch to the nice fellas up there, like so. Because it's no longer garage space. Okay. Still only too tall. I really need a little bit more room to get the crawler in comfortably. I want to get rid of this half-height thing going on here, but it's not going on over here. These are still the true height of these things. And we can put production downstairs. I'm okay with that. It's not a huge deal. Get all that in. I kind of like the overhang, though. That might be able to stay. Interface, like so. Okay, get those in, right. Perfect. 3 wide there. 3 wide here. Fix this side up here a little bit. For now, just come down. Actually, let's go ahead and fix it now. Because otherwise we'll risk getting all wonky. Did I have a... There's a guy on the ground there, but I don't think I left one out here. I think I just filled up and then would have dumped on the ground, except I didn't pick up that one more. Okay. Put this back in the correct orientation. Our corner pieces with the little techie stuff on them there and here. We'll do this for now. This probably needs a change. It's going to be just too much, too busy looking. But for now, we'll do that. And then we did... This is an indent of 4. So these guys need to come down. Like so, and this was just... We just use the tech walls again, that's fine. Just block it in. And we'll tweak the aesthetics after we get to a place where we like it. Layout wise. Okay, so that gives us our nice big corners that we can fill with water storage and production and whatever else we need, right? Cool. That's all fine. We'll leave that open for just a second until we figure out what we want to do with it. Alright. So, this up here basically just needs to come down. But before I do that, I'm going to use it as a scaffolding. Except we're going to switch. Where are we? This has to get bigger. Has to get taller, has to get longer. So if we're going to lean in to boxy, right? Except this might need to get narrower on this side or on this side. Either way. Although we can still do this overhang. This doesn't look bad. I kind of like that, actually. So maybe that's all right. So if we were to do... Oops. Wrong piece. There we go. If we were to do this, right? Take this off. Take this one off. Take these down. Really go hard on the square in a very intentional way. Like this, right? So. Got one there. Oops. I'm kind of thinking of like the old castle, basically. Sort of shape here. Okay. This would give us lots and lots of room, which is good. All this half-height stuff. Let's get rid of that. And then we go to the nicer walls. Except for not on this side. Perhaps. Perhaps we're onto something here. And we could also do the same thing here, come to think of it. So like if we just did floor across here. That's very castle-y, right? To have the upper bit be taller. Or wider, rather. We could... Okay, hang on. Ideas are happening. Leave some of this open. Don't know about this spot yet. But if we leave some of this open for our machines and stuff, our generators, except for it would need to be taller for that, right? We need to be taller than one high for that, if we do that. think about it a little bit here. And if we dropped into only 2 wide here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on a side. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wide here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I must have miscounted. 8 by 8. But this side would then look, that would look wonky. If I did it here, then I'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, which is just not. But this side, perhaps. This already is flush over here, so maybe it would be okay. Also consider making these narrower, I suppose. So if we did this, that's just too narrow. But we did this. It might actually look a little better even. Towers up here. Okay. Like so, right? And if we had pentashield there, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Don't know if I like that. Other option is to do it here and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide. Might be okay. And if we were to do probably not that one, but this one here, I like that layout. We were using at the home base too. If we were to do this. Put a wall in here like normal. Look very fortressy, which is kind of ideal. Like it. And we can do something else to dress that up a little bit. Yeah, that's better. I almost want another similar, like, band of plain. Oh, maybe that. Maybe that's nicer. Yeah, I like that more. We already have so much of that texture already. This might be a change anyway. And that would give me 1, 2, 3, 4 high. might be onto something here. We run these like that. It's kind of cool. Something like that. And then we do our something more like that. Or even I like that better in this side. It's already very busy with all this stuff, which we may or may not address. Change things up a little bit. Probably will. Probably should do something like that. I don't want to get too tied up into dressing it up, but I do want it to look decent. And then this guy goes in here because this is now the new outside line, basically, of where this stuff goes. Even though it kind of sucks for the inside because there's no windows anymore, but that's okay. We'll fix it. So we can do something like that. This needs to get extended out if we do this. We'll leave this side a mess for a second until we finish what we're working on here. We'll go get it all spruced up when we settle on a thing. So, we do this. This in here all would come down to this level. Does simplify things a little bit in internal terms. It's gonna kill our production room, but that's okay. We can adjust things. And get them to where we want them. Hoist. This should come out. We're gonna do this. So let's carry this. Oh, there's an interesting thought too. What would it look like if we carried these out instead of having the corner pieces up here? We could do that. That would kind of fix this weird line we have going on there. That's just not quite right. And then it basically like picks back up. Well, no, this one would have to come in. This would all actually come in because we need to put the pentashield in there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 deep. or wide rather. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 deep. Right? No. Yeah, 7 deep, which remember is enough or not to keep everything inside the shield. In fact, I don't think it is for the big guy. But if we put a shield up on that, right? And we could do like a wall in here to kind of give it a thickness so it doesn't look so floaty and weird. So we do something like that.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
And then once we get a penta shield in there, that'll look better. Okay. Okay. And then do we want to have this still recessed, or do you make the whole thing just kind of a chunk? Also, maybe pull the inside in a little bit. If we do this, pull everything underneath in a level so it has an overhang that would look a little bit more interesting. So these would come down. That would come down. Let's go ahead and mirror these sides really quick so that we get all of that correct.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
And because we can do that from the inside. So we have a 3 wide, which is correct here. We used the plain wall, so we can run those up there. And then this guy is 4 wide. So that cuts in 1, 2, 3, 4. That's actually correct. These guys come down. Put a window here. Put a flat roof across there. Oop. I get that one in here, that's okay. We did these guys here. We left the techie block in the middle, that's okay.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
And then give me all this stuff out of the way. So I can see what I'm doing better. And then I can't see what I'm doing at all because there's a sandstorm. This would have to go up a level, that's okay. We can worry about that in a minute. We should still have plenty of room for production down here. Production machines, you know, refineries and all that. Chemical. Or this floor gets moved up 1, basically. Which adds to our room down here. And I wonder if that would theoretically give me enough room for the large refineries when we're ready. I can't even see how tall it is. Lovely post-sandstorm rain hit there. It's got to be like 4 blocks tall. That's crazy town. Okay. Go away, sandstorm. Give me my frame rate back. You jerk. So in here, we would have... Oh yeah, she's 4 blocks tall. All day long. Okay, so... we'd have to kind of squirrel him away into places. So do we want to do tower at all, or do we keep a flat face up top on this side? I kind of like the overhang here. It looks kind of cool. Don't know. Don't know is the answer. But also we could do... There's nothing stopping us from cutting this in a level and kind of doing what we were thinking about before too with roof tiles here, right? We could still do this if we wanted as well. And then pull these out. As we were. And carry the wall indent sort of thing up. Like that, and then like this. And then we have a 3 here, so we can do like a nice center stripe with this Atreides little bird thingy. Going up 4. And then just planes in between it. To keep it from being too terribly busy and awful. Because this is already pretty busy. Just looks so nice on the inside. Do enjoy it. So we'd have to figure out how to do something with this corner and that corner. If we did that, but it wouldn't be terrible. Could also just do straight. Roof tiles there. It won't stick out though if we do that. Or it will stick out rather. We could do inclines. Those will stick out as well. We'd have to recess it in another one at another level, I think, to make that work and look right. But we could do something like this. I'm not opposed to recessing that one more. Because our important dimension is on the other side, right? We should have a little bit of room to play here. Get up there. Get something like this. Oh, but that's going to give me a half wall again. Unless I do the other incline. That should be a full wall height. Yeah. So I could do something like this. And we pull you up here. Um, and this guy goes in the middle there. And that would kind of echo what we're doing over here if we have a pentashield, right? We do that. And then we need wedge walls to fill in the sides here, which is no problem. We have that ability. And we could even do... like some of this stuff, maybe? I don't know if I want to for that. Let's keep it simple. Oop, almost fell off the edge. There we go. And then one more of these guys so that we can evaluate our work here, and we'll fill that in with something too. I mean, it's kind of cool. I don't know about this being here, though, now, if we do that. So, what if we did these guys here? And brought this down. I like this more. Maybe. You go there. And that actually preserves a little bit more space up here, where it really matters. Oh, that was the right way around. Okay, how about that? I mean, that looks pretty cool and fortressy to me. I almost, though... I almost want to flip that. Have that jut out. Looks bunkery for sure. If we were to set the door in one more. Play around with that idea really quick. If this was one further in, and we were to do more like this, it would go the way I want it to go. There. Like, we kind of square off that door aperture, and it is kind of nice that it's not square, but I kind of dig it. And then we get our space up here back as well. Go back to this look. It's fun to play with these new building pieces, that's for sure. We obviously put a floor over that. And then go back to our techie pieces for this, maybe. And we could actually carry that up. But there, it wouldn't matter. All kind of get hidden. Except for on the inside, but that's fine. Put a wall over there or something. On the inside just to keep it tidy. Or not. Just leave it. I think I like that better. We should still have plenty of room inside of here when we get all of our stuff. That actually buys us more room in these corners. We could, like, put doors or something in there if we really wanted to. Okay, so let's assume we do this, right? We need to get this guy all filled in here so that our hangar deck is up here. The appropriate level and height. We'll have to fix our stairs, that's okay. Fill in this gap. These guys come down. Our pentashield would be like right here. And then we need to make sure we do the same sort of thing. Okay, so it's one corner piece that comes out of there, and then we flat wall, and I don't think I want to put those over here. I actually kind of want to use these again for the internal, because it'll look great with the pentashield, I think. And we do the same thing here, outer face, this way. Like this. This will all come down. Because we know that that kind of sucked to try to do, to work with, to fly in. Got too much stuff in my pocket. Let me go down here and drop it off real quick. Drop off some of it. Still gonna need a ton. Finish what I'm doing here. That. Alright, we'll have to fix that side, make it look nicer in a minute here, but you, like so. Have to fix this side as well. So we did one, and then we did the wall. Oops. Like so. We do want to put this on the lip over here, I think. The roof piece is on this little boundary wall, whatever you want to call it. Something like that. Take a look. I'm uncertain on this side. We could do like we could make the same choices here, which would kind of unify the sides. It's looking really, really boxy though. We're not going to have room for the generators and things if we do this. Which is a problem. But if we were to carry this over further... kind of keeping with this sort of idea. Right, so we have our one wide with the corner. I'm concerned that this hangar is just not going to be wide enough. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. So, accounting for the notch in. I guess this would be 8. I don't super like it. I think these make me like it less for some reason. That side is still a mess. I haven't done anything with it yet, though. I don't think the pentashields can be put on the diagonals if we were to do that with these guys. I don't think that will work. These ones right here. Really hard to fit this all into one spot. We can go a little higher. too high on this layer. Oops. Way overshot that. So if we were to do it too high, we can do the same thing where we put shields up here for our production machine, or our generators and stuff. Our turbines and all that. It might look kind of cool. And then you still gotta be 4 high above this, though. Like, if we leave these open for 2... Grab that in a second. That would kind of address... Wrong one. We'd kind of end up doing the same thing we did before with like the stacked thing, which I wasn't super huge fan of, but I also didn't hate it. It was kind of okay, you know? As far as things to do went, for making an interesting base. The support pillar got chunkier than I really thought it would, and it kind of made me dislike it a little bit. But and we still get we can still get 4 above you. 2, 3, 4. We can't. We do have room. And maybe this will help. Put in a floor here on this level so we can kind of just get around a little bit. Easier here. And we can use these for our storage again like we did before. This guy comes in one. As well. We have this space here. Which actually might look better if we were to put things in it. Yeah, okay. Hang on. We can do this, because we don't need windows on the inside, right? That's silly. And I have been muted for I don't even know how long. Whoops. Alright. Make sure I actually click mute off this time. Pro streamer. Okay. I kind of hate everything that's happening from the garage up here. We're going to tear it down and start over on that part. It's not shaping up in a way that pleases me. The proportions are weird and wonky in ways that I don't enjoy. Those can go in here for now. If I run out of slots, I'll pull it back. I just don't have the room for the things I need in this configuration. And it's getting worse as I try to adjust and salvage it. So we're going to tear it down and go back to the ground floor here and kind of address some things to begin with. The overall floor shape is okay. But it's even though I'm leaning into the boxy, it's just too... It has to go too tall to make that look good. Because I need this huge area for a really big hangar. Because the carrier is massive. So, like, even though you can tell that I'm being intentional about making a box, it's just still too bleh for where I want it to be, right? I don't even know I'm putting those on, because I think I'm going to have to tear down those two. The 3-high garage, I don't think is going to work. I just don't think it's feasible. It makes the proportions wonky, and I'm falling into a trap here. I actually don't need the garage to be 3-high. There's no reason the sandcrawler has to go into the garage. I kind of started out with that as a plan just because that was like one access point, one delivery loading dock type thing, right? But there's no reason it has to go in the garage. It just needs to be grabbable by the carrier. That's the real constraint on that. I was kind of liking the way things were shaping up here. We could pull these out one more. I believe. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. This is too much, I think. Yeah, okay. I was kind of liking the way things were shaping up when it looked more bunkery And that kind of gave me ideas, right? What if the base is kind of a bunker? Right? And by base, I mean the, you know, the foundation. We'll move the garage door back out one. And then I'll have to see how the other sides go here. Like, what if we take these down? But to continue my thought, like the buggy needs a 2-tall garage. It's quite happy in that. It'll be a different thing, different story come time to do the home base, where we want to store the crawler in between resets. Are you the correct? No. That's the steep incline. That's the shallow. Oh no, I'm gonna need a steep for that. Sure. Otherwise it's gonna get too...
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Too narrow, way too fast, right? So... what if we did something like this? Let's just do half of it and see how we like things are shaping up. And then we can do like a castle-y type thing on top. Maybe that looks cool. And kind of gets us out of... like, we've done kind of the same shape a lot of times now. And I'm kind of trying to do something different, you know? I want to explore different architecture here. Get all this stuff turned down. I don't need it in my way right now. Okay, backpack full, that's fine, because I'm about to empty out a chunk of it here. I need you to face the correct way, please. Thank you. Problem this is gonna have is... hey, this kind of sucks to place things. The snapping is really not working well. We're gonna be wasting a lot of space in the edges, but maybe it's okay because we just technically need room to park, right? This snapping sucks. Yeah. If we come in like 2, maybe that's enough. Pick that up. This actually has to go away because I believe we need to put a corner in there, like so. Okay. We need to do a little bit more. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I got rocks on the ground everywhere. Let's put this away real quick. Get out of my inventory. I need to pull you over. There, that'll be fine. Right there. Out there. Okay. Fine. Thank you. Lag. And this needs to be one of those, and then we could maybe do... do I want to do this, or... so we have to figure out something to do here, which we can do, that's okay. This really lends itself to, like... that sort of a thing. We'd pull it in one more, too, if we wanted. And maybe that's the play. That way... except for it'd have to be... that. 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 I don't love the way that pokes down like that, though. So the other thing we could do is put this back where it was. And then maybe go... like this. I don't like that. Go like this. And then we can wedge wall in there. And we wind up basically with this as our second floor. We don't need that then for that. Okay. Let's put this in just so we know if we despise it or not. And like so far, it's all right. It's at least different. Yeah, let's try this some more. And like if we don't end up templating this, like if we live in it for a week and decide we hate it, that's fine. We can do something else next week, you know? Let's do this. I still want a man door. So and we need to be able to have room for the incline here. Let's get you moved real quick. Just have to do the same thing here, but here that needs to get swapped for one of these. And then do that. That would be all right with me, I think. We have our wedge wall to fill that in. I love that. Maybe that cuts in there, so maybe we do the same thing here. Where we do like a... one of those type of deals. And then you out of my way real quick. Which way are you trying to be? Outer face. Outer face, like that. I don't know that matters to these, but we'll make sure to do our best to kind of keep things tidy there. Let's take a quick look. I'm not sure. Not sure how I feel about it. It is definitely different. Oh my gosh, keep falling, not hitting my dispenser. Bum, 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 bum. We could do... I'm worried about the amount of space I'm losing inside here. And like, even if we flare it back out, it's going to look like a giant hourglass, which is kind of just funky, right? I don't think I love that idea. Okay. Tell you what. Take all this down. Like, it's good we're finding these things out. Like, we're experimenting with the new building pieces, and that's cool. It's junk. Hold that in my pockets. Put that in there. Grab this. I don't love it. I don't love it. It's too bunkery. Let's take this down. Here's what I know. I know that I liked the cornery towers. So let's bring them back. We've got like an hour left, which is fine. Like, we're kind of killing time until desert resets anyway, you know, more or less. Doing it in a productive way. Figuring out how to build different and interesting things. So let's bring back our corner towers. I liked what we were doing here better with the 3 wide cornery tower pieces. Yeah, it's squarey. Yeah, it's samey. But I was the happiest with this. And then we were doing the dashed walls or the dotted walls in between here. Like so. And that was making me happier than all of these other things we've tried. Last week, The pentashielded production generation, I should say. Oh my gosh, I keep doing that. Build all the way, please. Okay. It's not just me. Like, it was kind of cool. I don't know if it's necessary. But also, like, where else are we gonna put them, you know? Because they gotta go somewhere. I think these ones just need to be plain. We'll style it elsewise, or differently, when we get wrapped up here. I want to be done with this and ready to go industry. So that's going to take a little bit of time. All right. And then these guys go away. You are a cornery bit. You are a cornery bit. These guys are cornery bits. The door is in the correct place for this application, which is lovely. This is all still exactly where it needs to be. That's lovely. I'm going to put these in for now. We'll spruce it up a little bit with different wall pieces when it's all done. We have kind of spent time exploring. Now it's time to get things done. I regret none of the time spent trying new things, but I want to be ready to rock so that we can go do other things, because we do need to explore and experiment with spice harvesting with the sandcrawler next week. I'm very excited about that. Still, let's get something serviceable in place, and we'll kind of think about it more as we go. That is the nice thing about the base we had last week, is that it was very, very serviceable. Unlike my middle mouse button, which is kind of just dying, and making this process a little bit trickier, as it sometimes fails to register clicks now. Okay, get in our garage / refining and stuff area. That's all well and good. Pretty happy with how that worked out, really. Like, we had lots of room. Things got pushed off into corners where they didn't get in the way of trying to maneuver anything. It was great, right? Decent and serviceable shall be our watchwords today. And we'll think about other things next week as we use it again and see kind of how life is with a carrier, because that's going to inform some decisions as well. Alright, so garage, except for the roof that I didn't finish over here. Garage sorted. I'm going to leave one of these. We'll just do one of these for now. Gonna do some stuff here. Do I want to carry the pillars up? The hangar is the part I was least happy with last week. What would it look like if I was to just do something like that? Not amazing is the answer. But we can also do... I'm getting ahead of myself again. This needs to be like 3 high, right?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
For the production stuff. This floor, 3 high. We wound up doing funky things with pillars and stuff. It was alright. I didn't love it. This time, let's just do these guys. Why did I only do 2? It's supposed to be 3. Okay. What if we did... what if we put the roof pieces in the right orientation, for one? That's a thing we could try on for size. What was I gonna say? What if we did like a deck type thing?
Sector weather
Underneath.
alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah. We'll go inside then. You do like storage in the middle. And like the outskirts. I've kind of seen people hang stuff on the outsides before out there. I don't know. That was fast. Too much just caught the edge. Cool. Like, we can still keep these big old tower-looking guys, right? For storing the water containers and maybe even the death stills, but also just, like, because it looks right, like, more supportive. I don't know. What would it be like if we did something like this instead? Because I feel like that was a waste of power to have those pentashields, right? Which, like, no big deal, really, but... like... why do it if we don't need to? What if we take these down and did like a great big central recessed pillar almost? The main problem I have is that I just need too much roof space, right? Although, I suppose there's no reason it has to go on the roof. Like, it would look kind of funky. Let's actually pull this out one more. Now then I come in, what? Doing something like this. I don't love that. Do regular walls. Oh yeah, there's another window. Getting I have too. Like, this would be a really great place to put turbines, as long as it didn't look like they were kind of blocked, you know? We could also do... Oops. Go back to this idea. Right? Like so, and then run a row of whatever we needed to run out there. Without... I don't like it. Just don't like it. Everything I try makes me less happy with the outcome. Getting everything packed into one is a pain in the butt, you know it? Okay, so what if we kind of keep it... Oops. What if I just delete the wrong tiles? How about that? Let's keep these. And fill this in. Right, okay. Looks kind of lame, but... Go find some ideas for some builds later. These wall sections can use still. And just... Let's try this. Hang on. From an ergonomic usability standpoint, going shorter here, right? Is gonna help, I think. We know we need to be 4 high for the carrier. Alright? And I just don't think it makes sense to try to put a deck in the bin. It just doesn't. Pulling the carrier into the sides sucks. We learned that. Unless you have a very, very tall... Oops. Before... wall. Perhaps. Perhaps that makes it a little bit less awful to do. We don't know for sure. We know that the 3.5 was way too small. 4 won't be much better. We can already tell. Like, I can already tell, right? If we just do a big boring box on top here. It'll get us going for now. I won't like it. It won't make me happy. Joy shall be unsparked, but I will have a functional base. And oops, the sides just look so wonky if we try to do pentashields out there too. I don't love the way pentashields look. Basically, is the problem here. So for now, until we want to commit to putting extenders out every week. And right now we don't. Like, it's not that hard to get 11,000 or whatever it is. I think it's 15. 11 was the discounted rate when we had that Landsrad reward. 15,000 either way. Like, you can get 6. Well, we did get 6,000 just doing Servox, right? Like, by accident while looting. So not really a huge deal. But right now, I want to focus on farming deep desert things and Landsrad stuff, right? Each Landsrad pays you money, plus the first tier rewards is always like 10,000 Solaris, so shouldn't be a problem. Each Landsrad's like, what, 1,000? Usually? No, even more. Like 6,000, 6,000, 8,000. So, like, yeah. A couple of them would square us away for the week, right? But I want to focus on getting the farming done to where we can get gear. And then we can start doing progression in the Landsrad stuff and doing the harder testing station tiers, right? And getting geared up. So we need to get our production rolling out there to where we can spend more time not farming. Because, like, if we can fill up, you know, a box, a sandcrawler spice, and then put it all into a box, and then get it processing, that'll be a huge, huge come up, right? Like, hundreds and hundreds of spice is not terrible. Like, we did, it was like 354 for the sandcrawler, so like almost, let's call it 700 spice last week, right? We did a really good job of getting that stuff in really quickly, relatively speaking. Alright. Let's make this suck just a little bit less. We can do windows down here. So that we can look out. That's fine. And then I think we can get... Oh, the pentashield won't go to those corners. Oh, you dog. Even though it is a corner, it should be okay though still. So we're going to lose one on one of these axes if we do this. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 6 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 7 wide. Or 7 long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so it is 9 by 9. So either way, it's gonna be fine. Let's do it in the same axis as the garage door. Why not? I'm up there. Should be up there. You can go there. And then you can go there. Except for if I do that, it's going to be a half height, and I don't want to. So I should instead do these. And a nice flat thing to try to clip the pentashield to. Snap it in place. And we'll run a single row either side here. Like so. And then... Didn't need to come here. They're on my favorites. That's fine. It doesn't matter. And then we snap. You will behave yourself. There. Okay, so. That's what we got. Alright. Let's see how much I despise this. It's a square. You know, it is what it is for now. For now, it's fine. Strangely enough, even though it's kind of like just the epitome of boring squareness, I hate it less than some of the things we tried today. Okay, so. It'll be a serviceable deep desert experience, and that's really what matters to us, right? Here we can put in an floor piece so we can get up to the corner without like infringing on the hangar floor space too terribly. And as long as I have enough room up here to get the crawler dropped off and still park, unlike what we had earlier today, I'm gonna call it an improvement and be reasonably pleased with that as a thing. And until we decide to like full YOLO a really bougie deep desert base, it'll be okay. I'm sure that will happen at some point because I like building things. But right now, it's just not our priority, right? Let's go ahead. So we've got a center strip here of the little techie blocks. I like that. This will help to dress things up a little bit. These other strips of the plain blocks are fine because we have techie blocks on the corner, which will kind of keep things a little bit less busy, right? We have kind of like an office building sort of line of windows here in a Dune way, not in the huge ones way. So I'm okay with that. I feel like there's room in here on these walls. For a little bit more style, though, this should be the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Yes. So, like, if we were to do... Let's do this. Just to dress it up a little bit. Like so. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. This is also the center. Let's not do them all the same. Let's do... That's kind of cool. It kind of breaks it up a little bit. We could also carry this down. That would be helpful in the sense of making it look less samey-sames all across. Let's take out 2 there as well. And we can do the center stripe here. And then these guys there. Maybe. Just to make it look a little bit more livable. I'm not sure if I like those blocks with these windows. I don't. I much prefer... Oops, just put them right back. I like that better. We could kind of invert pattern there. That looked kind of nice. Still got our, you know, techie stuff going on. These are the techie blocks. That might be okay, actually. I was worried it'd be too busy. But because these guys face out, it's actually kind of okay. Kind of dig it. Let's do that. I kind of think I want to put that back. Having those there breaks it up enough that it's fine. It doesn't bother me. I get the nice white strip there. It's fine. Those there. That there. That there. Those there. I almost want to replace the square guys here. But then they gotta go side by side. Unless we were to do... Hold on. Could do something else more interesting here. Like that. We could put... and carry that line straight up. Like that. That was close. Oops. Square. Totally love that, but if we mix it up and match it like that... I don't like that. Actually, kind of weirdly, I liked this better. For some reason. Yeah, kind of dig that. And then maybe these here in the middle be the big uns. And what if we did like... That's not bad. Give it a little bit of a pattern. The plain one in there. That's kind of cool. Kind of dig that. Yeah, okay. Okay, we carry this line up. We carry this line up. We do these like so. And then we do... Wait, what did I do? I cleared my memory in between here. Hang on. Let me also, before I forget, check on rails there. So 3, and then those in the middle. And then just rows. Holes, flat holes above the side. Above all 3. And then techies in the middle. Okay. That's what I'm missing. It's that. And then that. There we go. Now, we're gonna run out of time to place the machinery, but I'm 99% sure that will be okay. It's not what I want to do just yet. I want to double check the fit of the carrier with the sandcrawler. Get that in. Do this over here as well. And I don't want a door there. A passageway would be just fine. Just kind of basically build little closets there so we can put stuff in there and not have the stairways look too wonky. We might be able to get away with something like that. Look kind of cool. I don't want too much decoration though, you know? Alright, and then we need railings to keep me from falling off the edge. Like if I'm backing up and trying to get a thing in a place. Okay, let's go try, oops, maybe play here. It's okay, it's not as functional as I want it to be. If we just put a wall here though, I think it'll be okay. Yeah, that'll be fun. And then a railing. Steep one, because we just don't have room, so we're using the steep stairs, which are not as bad in the Atreides set. I kind of like them a little bit more than other options that are the steep stairs. All right. Let's go double check the carrier fit before we do anything else. And we won't do any more basalt mining on the way back just because we're running low on time. We can run over a little bit. That's okay. I just don't want to be too far. I have some things I should get done today. Including lunch. I am feeling the hunger. The hunger grows within me. And maybe we'll save our nicer Atreides building stuff for, you know, out here. I don't want to be spending too much time remodeling the base this week. Like I said, I want to get the farm on, get things rolling in terms of gear and stuff like that. But the other thing to think about is that if we can stack up the spiced fuel cells, which take a radiated slag, I think, to make, or yeah. So we'd have to farm that pretty aggressively, but they should last a while. We don't know how long, but they should last a while. And that might help. What am I doing? I'm going completely the wrong way. I'm planning and not paying attention to the road again. Squirrel brain today, for sure. Not that way, that's back. This way. This is where I'm trying to go. Holy cow. But like we can spend a little time building stuff out overtime, you know, as we go. And then Monday, like if we get a decent base down for the deep desert, we can spend our time on Monday and other times when we're waiting for deep desert resets to work on the remodel. I may also just work on it like off stream. I don't know. I don't know if building content is compelling or not to people. Just chilling and putting stuff together, trying stuff out. It's kind of cool to me, but I need to pull the sand crawler out of the base so that I can actually pick it up and try to make sure it fits. One could say that I should have backed it into the base. Yeah. We definitely need to not be too high. Putting this in too high things. Like that kind of sucked. But if it fits into the big old box on top of our house there, that'll be fine. I'm just thinking for like when we do the remodel out here. Go ahead and fill that up. We'll have more basalt in the buggy. We can put in here for now. We'll get that processing before we go, as long as there's still room in the boxes. We'll grab you. Up we go. Way hey, and up she rises. Hello. I'm like 99% certain we're super good here, but let's just make sure, eh? A little more worried about the sandcrawler. Whoops. Low bridge. Alright, there we go. I'm not worried about getting this to fit in here alongside me. Like, that's not going to cut it. But if I was to maybe angle like that, and scooch my nose as far forward as I can. And then I would just, you know, pin it up against the wall. So no is the answer to that. But... Oop, uh-oh. My game crashed. Well, let's fix that real quick, eh? Not you. Checking shader. Need to get through the menu before I fix the OBS feed. Hang on one sec here. Otherwise, sometimes it doesn't grab focus ever again. All right, there we go. And let's fix that. There. All right. It's about time for some caffeine and some lunch. All right. I am in the middle of a very strange place. What is going on? There we go. Out of fuel. What? Running on fumes. Very cool. Let's get this if we can. Hurry. Come on. We're on fumes. Because for some reason, it's decided to be like that. Alright, so we can kind of chuck it off to the side a little bit. That'll work. It's not great, but it'll work. And now I need to go get some fuel. I suspect the game crashed because it decided that I was in the middle of something, and like the physics-wise, you know, didn't seem to have heard anything really, so probably like respawned my carrier. In a valid place, but yanked my fuel for some reason. Alright. We're gonna call this... No, wings poke out. Need fuel anyway, hang on. We're gonna call this a base for the week, I think. As long as my wings can fit inside still. And I mean, we can burn some Solaris if we need to keep things rolling. If we just have to break down and get an extension, like it's not the end. It's fine. I would like to not. This guy's gonna shoot at me. It's gonna suck. Oh, he didn't. Okay, cool. I would like to not, but you know, stuff happens. Getting everything to fit all in one claim is just really, really hard.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I know. Oh, there we go. I was feeling pretty good about hitting that gap until I hit that rock. Like, really, as long as we... Yeah, we can make time to do a couple lands rads. That should be fine. I'm more concerned about the space available out there, so... We'll have to see. I don't know why I chose to go this way. Having a little bit more room would just open up a ton of better options for us. Like, we could do a hangar off to the side, connect it to the garage, so that we can drive in things, put all the production we need up there. It would be a wonderful time, I think. Alright, do we have any mediums down there? Nope, we're all into larges. Alright, cool. Give me just a bunch of them so I can go fill this behemoth from scratch. It's not the end of the world, it's just annoying. I also need... Hold up. Well, I gotta come back. I gotta come back with Buggy anyway. It's fine. Hang on. I was gonna say I need to get the template-y guy out, but gotta be right back. To... And like, we have a pile of money from the stuff we sold, so... Yea, though it shall not make me happy, it is an option. It would be nicer to just deploy into one. And if we think about it, like... I've talked about it before, like, the idea of... Like, we just plop down the main base, and then we throw on a claim extender and build the hangar from scratch. Just because then we can put it anywhere that works for whatever spot we pick, right? The modularity is the other tricky part here, to where, like, it needs to be very much on a flat space so that we can reliably deploy the blueprint. Pretty much anywhere, you know? Maybe I'll spend some time looking at some build ideas again. I was not really Like, a lot of it's all the samey same out there, you know? And that's just kind of like the way... Storm coming. The way the constraints work. And I totally taken a wrong turn here. I'm up high and I don't need to be. Like, everybody's dealing with the same constraints that we are here of trying to get everything they need into the smallest package possible for logistical simplicity, you know? The exact same thing we're trying to do. Which is why you see people having the same sort of thought processes happening, as opposed to something cool like this, where you can, you know, build into the terrain and all that, but this takes a ton of time. We want to be efficiently deploying and done and out, doing things as quickly as possible, basically. And we're gonna have to, it's gonna be a little bit rough this week anyway, because we ran out of time here today. To get the bits and pieces out there that we're gonna need. We're gonna need a little bit different power configuration, but it'll be fine. Yeah, this dog takes 4 big cells. Holy cow. Or three and change. Holy cow. Which is fine, like, is no biggie. You'll super easy. Oh, yeah. There you go. Shit, she's unsheltered. That's not coming to us, though. Thank goodness. I hope. Yeah, it's gonna miss. Because we count as unsheltered here since there's no pentashield. Alright, my wings will just barely fit inside. Okay. We're gonna call this the base for this week. It's not great. It's gonna be functional. I guess while we wait, we can kind of plan out where we're gonna put some things. Like the great big honkin' refinery, right? We had it over here, and I think... Oh, she might not fit. It might be the walls are a little bit... They stick out a little bit more. That's okay. We can put it here. I'd like to get it in here, though. Possibly be done. There was a little green flash there for a second. Kind of. I mean, that'd be okay. I don't super hate it. A little crooked. It'll be okay. And then their chemical refinery would be way easier to place. We could put you like over here maybe. We'll be kind of open plan this time around, given our sort of running out of timeness. See, you had a crate, and then you had a crate. So we can keep that up. I don't think you need 2 output crates. I think you need 1. We do still need 2 dump-off crates. That's crooked, but that's okay. We can fix that real quick. Okay, like so. These little corners here. generators are going to be a little trickier to fit in here. Let's not worry about them just yet, because we don't know what our power situation is quite going to be like. We had 2 of these guys. We'll keep that going. We'll keep a dead body crate there. So dump off bodies. We got our production up there. We can kind of squirrel in generators pretty much everywhere as needed. We also have room up here in the corners. We're going to need... These guys hold not enough spice. That'll probably be okay for now. Like, this guy's just going to be huge. We're going to need to put plastanium crates down eventually, because, like, 2 of them should be, like, more storage than we've had to date thus far out there. I can't quite fit that in there. I think I want to do that. I don't want to totally block my windows. We can do something like that on the edges here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That gets our 8 of those. That's fine. We could change that up a little bit and put like 2 over here. Well, we only need 1 in that one. So that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, perfect. And that is the bulk of those. We need places for wind generators. That's going to be a little tricky. Or wind traps, sorry. Generators too, but also traps. But if we were to do... Well, for one thing, we have a little bit of room up here. We'll put generators up there. Turbines, because we don't need to touch them once we put them up, so that'll be fine. We just don't know how many we need. But these guys... Like, if we had... Yeah, a roof. There won't be enough support there. That's gonna be a little bit tricky. That's the problem with this. We can try to kind of push over to the side. I'll figure out a way to put them, and I'll get the copy of this thing, and I'm gonna call it good. Right now, I really need some lunch, so I'm gonna call the stream here. thank you for coming to hang out with me. It's good to just kind of play around with this building set, figure out kind of what we like, what works, what doesn't work. We learn a lot of things about the pieces available to us. Friday, I'll be back. I'll get this base deployed at some point during the week. Just run out there, drop it off real quick, find a spot, all that good stuff. And we'll be ready to rock on Friday, which is the next day that I will traditionally stream. So, come on back, Friday, 9 a.m. Central. I should be here, and we should get going with the Deep Desert stuff. Thanks again for hanging out with me today, and you guys have yourselves a great day, great week, and we'll catch you next time.